Hi. Are you ready for some standard on Magic Online gaming? No? Too bad, bro. No, but I'll watch anyways. Yeah, typical. I'm also not ready. I wanted to play one match of standard with my deck in the morning to, see if it's functional or if like there's any glaring issue. But I spent 12 minutes in a queue and I haven't found an opponent, so she's trying a banner too. Haven't seen that one in a long while. Can I add those two emotes? That depends. If they're weeb emotes, then I can, but... Insufficient privilege. You must be a subscriber to use zero with emotes. Oh, because you use them as backgrounds. Well, I would need to be a subscriber, which maybe I'll fix later. The BTV monetization. Play against 420 Dragon. These nuts. We have pet. I don't know why. How you do this? Damn, tricky. I have Fable, so I'll keep. Also, chat, do you agree that Deathclap Glade looks very similar to Blooming Marsh? I often look at it and think, Blooming Marsh. But there is no Blooming Marsh in the format, obviously. But I had the same issue with Blooming Marsh looking similar to Woodland Cemetery. When both of them were in standard. From far away, I guess, on Arena when the pictures were small. Well, let's make them smaller.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Why gay sex?
Why gay sex? I mean, why not? It's mono white cards. This search for a planes, this drew a card. They're casting something. Fine. Restoration of a ganja. Search for a planes, put into your hand and shuffle, and then you may return a value drop. Okay. I think I discard both Titans. Or maybe Titan and Satoras. Let's keep one Titan. It will be harder to meet hook, but I can discard a meet hook if it's gonna be weak. Doesn't seem like particularly relevant. We can extend voltage surge, sacrifice the artifact to kill the restoration of a ganja, or we can still meet hook x1. I'm playing 0 Lilianas. Can look at my deck, exclamation mark deck. But my deck is based on looking at the deck list from that people play and not and building it in some way that I thought is going to be fitting, but not actually. I haven't actually played with it before. When there's some hard decisions though, seems like. That means probably Wandering Emperor. Can just take it. Oh. I want to keep a land. I want to keep the Titan at this point too. I think I want to keep the Massacre. Maybe I just discard the Voltage Surge and search for something better. Well, I can use Voltage Surge to kill the AO. Can maybe discard the Fable. No, I'll discard the Voltage Surge. Seems not good. Don't really want to meet Hook. Maybe I just discard meet Hook next turn. Maybe I meet Hook x2. Don't want to kill the dragon. Can copy harvesters, that's powerful. I'll just do this. Type 1 if you are not watching the game. Cool. Every creature gets -X/-X. Creature you control dies. You can lose 1 life. Can do some stuff next turn. This copy this. This X1. Destroy all creatures. I'm not too unhappy about that, TB. It's fine. What the hell? I mean, I guess. What the hell? What the hell, bro? What you doing? Sure, you get 2/1/1s. Yeah, their board was... I mean, maybe they had no answer to Kiki Harvester, but their board wasn't like... My board wasn't vastly better than theirs. Wandering Emperor? Now with 5 cards, I assuredly have it. I think Meathook kinda sucks here. Maybe they were just hoping to hit better, yeah. Here comes the Empress. Subpoint Elliot underscore drag on. Who knows? I don't. If we draw a land, we can Titan and copy Titan, which seems actually solid. With reflection. Or if we draw a reanimation spell, we can also reanimate Titan and then copy Titan too. Poop average, what the hell is that, bros? Serra Paragon. So this guy doesn't do anything, right? Wait, what? Exile and you gain 2 life? Must be bugged. I know both of your cards. Awesome. You take a pain from Sulphurous Springs. -1 life. Oh, yes, I spend the treasure instead of. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. I spend my lions instead of spending the treasure on the third green of Titan. I'm gonna have 3 Kiki Jikis. Seems kinda fine. Maybe should have put a shield counter on reflection instead of making a second rhino. Because now it's a problem they sweep again. Sell a Kiki, okay, and I still have more Kikis. Wonder in a Kiki, okay. Can sacrifice a Sarah Paragon. I don't want to attack with the Titan because of Emperor. Could draw 3 or I could make them sacrifice this. It sacrifices... I could sacrifice the Emperor. So I'll have to keep that in mind. Sack the Emperor. They recast some... They have like Ambitious Farhan and the Restoration of a Ganj in the graveyard. It's not the end of the world if they recast that. I guess the dog now. Yeah, I should draw 3. Until your next end step. So if I use it now, I will not be able to cast stuff. Necessarily, right? I'll pass. I think I have enough stuff. Which Vanguard avatar do you think will be the most powerful pioneer? I don't know what they do, so I can't answer your question meaningfully. Although, I have to tell you that my deck has many Painlands, which seems like a problem. A bit. I hope they don't kill my Titan of Industry. Their lands cause them no pain, yeah, true. No. Freelance. Wow. Wow. Wow, bros. Fucking Rivetier's charm, huh? Wow. I don't think I want to attack the Wandering Emperor with my situation right now. They have another Emperor, then I would have my Titan die and I kinda need it. Well, here it goes. That felt unfortunate. If I draw another land, I will simply use my blood token. I have 3 cards. Exile my guy, play AO, sure. How the heck they have 3 cards? It is a little bit curious how they do that, yeah. Well, other cards get another card. I have charms that give me 3 cards, but only in theory. But this AO is going to be a problem. Oh. That's a decent draw if we survive. We don't survive. That's what I was looking to draw for a long time. This can exile AO. They're not particularly aggro. Meathook seems not actually great for me. Well, they might have one Meathook in the deck for Value. That one life mattered, true, I guess. So I guess it was a skill issue potentially, although who knows if he would win. What do you think of Soul of Wind Grace? I'm not sure, but probably not super. This is when dies and I have March. Is the card good in this matchup on License Hairs? Doesn't seem at all. I don't play any of the new Kappa fetches. I consider doing so, but sorry, I don't want to do so. Let's not have any meat hooks on the play. I've seen Polo's list with 2 of the new Capena fetches, and that seemed a little bit too cap. I have Harvester and able to discard lands, so this can ramp me. And it can discard lands by itself too. That way it can also ramp you. Nice hand. I meant to play the Harvester. The Bankbuster. Well, I guess. Missed 1 damage here. March Bankbuster, okay. We just continue making land drops, I should be in a fine spot. March of Otherworldly Light for them seems fine, although maybe a bit inconvenient. Yeah, like always more expensive than the cards, so seems kinda tough for them on the draw really. I have not counted Surgical Meatball sideboards for tomorrow's Legacy Showcase. I will have to do that today. March your Bugbuster. Bro, again? What are these cards? Well, the Maze Mind Tome, but also a 4/4 vehicle. During my time, cards were simple. True. That was a nice 2-for-1, although they did gain a planes from both of their cards, so... Who's really laughing? Who's up 2 planes? I mean, allegedly more cards have more text than they do. They have 2 sides too often. Solid. You want to draw? Kinda like blocking both the turn of draws next turn. I guess I attack and this kinda trades for this anyway, so same thing. So I probably should have blocked with Harvester. But not for the reason you're saying, I think. Destroy... Do you want a shield counter? Or a Rhino? Let's make Rhino. Still have vehicle if they sweep. Farewell, I think I'm pretty well set up against a Farewell here. With my hand having 4 powerful cards. And against this I'm also fine. Do I reanimate Titan? I think so. have 7 minutes and there's game 3 too, so let's speed up a bit. My point stack is indeed a white deck. Mid-range control. I guess it's mid-range. But decks like this always kinda throw me off. Okay, we got some cards this time. Bros, what the hell? Okay, fine. Oops. Could have killed them. Wait, I can't cast it? Until our next end step. I thought it was counting the next end step, but it's just until next end step. So a bit weird, but makes sense. Oh no, vanquishing the horde again. I mean, it is a bit of a weird wording, isn't it? I probably should have exiled Ao right now. Freelance. 6 minutes for game 3. They have wedding announcements. I want this. Suiken on the draw. Some cut downs, but they really don't play creatures that I care to kill. A meat hook or 2 on the draw. As a comeback mechanism. Their ass. Not sure how good Ren is. A blocker on the draw with vigilance. Maybe cut a River Trisham on the draw. Yeah, I'm not sure if Ren is all that good versus March. I'll cut one Ren. Opening hand Ren. Oh, Ren and Diagraph Rebirth is a combo. Lion Sash, huh? What a graveyard hate card. Link your deck error. I'm sorry, bro. They do love to fetch you basic planes, yeah. I don't really want to discard anything. This might be a game where I want meat hook. Mm. Hexdrinker broken? Bro, it always is. Stop acting surprised. It's literally always broken. Has never worked properly. And you're like, oh yeah, stream decker broken. Yeah, like no shit, bro. Of course it does. Don't have another march. I want a 7 power on my guy. Titan? Yes. I'm a coward. Good. Good. Well, Ren was pretty decent here. Overall, I think. Somewhat decent, but we'll see if enough. I have 2 minutes. How they have so many cards? Every card they play draws a plane, so they just drew many planes. Ooh, Lion Sash. What the hell? That's gonna kill me. It's grows by 4 and then grows by 6. Okay, it doesn't. But it grows by 6. By 7. Ay ay ay, Lion Sash. Can draw Unleashed Inferno. Preferably Riveteer's Charm into Unleashed Inferno. Why you always Lion? Why you always Lion to me? Lion Sass, yeah. Okay. I believe we lost the first round. We got a little bit unlucky. Game 1. But I also lost by 1 life. Well, potentially. I didn't need to lose. But I took 1 extra pain from my pain land, which was unnecessary. Which...
He's a phenomenal control player.
Good morning.
Atcom. Deck. MG Goldfish less. Thoughts on the format? No thoughts. Best game I played. Their deck at least won't brick on lands. True. Well, neither did mine, right? But I have many ways to hit land drops too, I think. Well, it seemed like a good cards, kinda. Mono white playable cards. Cab Nassif, Bob the Dog 01. Same, bro, same. But yeah, I don't have super advanced thoughts on the format. If we go to, we're going to play the Modern Challenge instead, but I don't have a deck I would like to play in the Modern Challenge. So we're gonna have to think of something quickly. Live. Titan of Industry. Okay, so this green and something else. 4 or less mana. Rare or less. Not from Capena. So his name Wooly Thoktar. How is Wooly Thoktar not a magic card? Woolly. Oh, because it has wool. Like sheep. It is uncommon. It is from the year of Alara. So it's from Eventide. 2 mana. Uncommon. Green red or green white creature. It's a rare, right? This is uncommon. Could be 1 mana, right? Damn. Bros. We got there in 3 guesses, starting with Titan of Industry. A meme guess, only because it's in my deck. There's no chat suggestions this time. We're not quick enough to suggest that. Also can't wait to battle against Bob the Dog. Or maybe Bob the Dog, or maybe Maquin Sauce. Round 2. Your gift sub to a streamer you've never heard of just expired. Very nice. Lots of gamers in this challenge. Why? Because they showcase challenge. I'll go grab a drink.
No, spiskany pierwszą warstwą. Generalnie to nie mam wrażenia takie, że ta farba wygląda brzydko, ale można tylko, że ją za mało zatrzepałam. Nie wiem, no popsikałam go, teraz trzeba go zostawić na 24 godziny, on jest na balkonie. Bo sobie tam na stoliku porozkładałam gazety i sobie go tam spyskałam. Znaczy no w ogóle najlepsze jest to, że z tego na tej farbie jest napisane, że jeżeli coś tam, to użyj podkładu. To nie jest podkład, podkładu.
To ja już nie wiem.
Użyj sobie drugiego.
Well, multi 5. What random gift subs do I have? Currently, I don't know. Would need to probably go somewhere into my dashboard and check. But I often get gift subs in random magic streams. Oh, I can't cut down that. Wow. Wow, cut down's pretty shit. Impressive aggro deck opponent. Nice. Still have the late game with Titan. Not a super hand. They move to 6 though. I make land drops at least, and I have a good removal spell on 2. But it doesn't work against every card in their deck. Let's move to... This seems better. Put back the Titan. Missing green mana anyways. Mm. Bro's cut down is so terrible. It's insane. Why can I use 2 cut downs to cut this down? Can't block now. Mm. Cut this down, exactly. If we try a removal for the Raiju, it's gonna be fine. Let's say removal for the Raiju because my opponent made a questionable move, I think. Gain 1 life, awesome. Please don't play more Raijus. Bro. How much is it? 2 plus 5? How much is that again? We need a green source. Mask off. Why are they so big? What the fuck? What is the 5 for? Wait, it says first strike? What the fuck, bros? How the tables turn? What the fuck? Okay. Who's laughing now? Not me. I shouldn't cut Soul of Windgrace. Cut down. Honestly, on the play, I don't need as many. It seems pretty terrible. They have removal versus me, which is a bit odd, but fine. Mask off. Wow, wouldn't have thought you could lose after that meat hook on turn 3. Well, I could have. My hand wasn't particularly insane, I think. Arlen. Pax Hope. Sure do. Good draw. Okay. Bro, just click the goldfish list. I guess you'll just play the war chief and what they're gonna do, right? Do I attack Arlen, trade for a wolf? Probably. I think I do. Two wolves blocking. What's the plus on Arlen? Until your next enemy cast creature spells as though they had flash. And they have a counter. Good. Well, I mean, not good, but it's fine. So the worry now would be okay, so I don't want to lose my workshop war chief. I have a Kiki. Does no one remember when Twitch made Simp a bannable word? They didn't quite make it bannable, but made it so that you can't call a person like that. To jest bułcia. We're calling a bitch, bro. Halana and Alana. Bros, the meat hook is kinda bad. Can put a shit ton of counters on something. Because this gives +2/+0 to this, and this gives +4 counters on something. My cat does parkour, yeah, she's running around and doing stuff. Solid exchange. 10, 17. This is fucking 17 damage, bros. Could chumlock this and just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, I need to trade for this. Feels like we need to meat hook the entire board. I really would want to keep the workshop warship, but it's impossible. I needed to draw a land too, which I didn't even realize. It's a good thing I did. Or did I already have the land? I think I already had the land. Hmm. So we need to draw a banger. Have 2 cards. 3 mana. Squee, Dubious Monarch, and... thanks. Thanks up. Thank you for this. That helped. Watch them draw Helena and Alena and still fuck me over. Let's go Titan of Industry. No. I laughed at my opponent's Grulul deck, but who's laughing now? Mr. Canister, hello, Will. Let's go Swamp. No kurwa mać, no. Co to jest za gówno? Non-stop tylko Swamp, Swamp, Swamp. I should keep both in hand. If I draw Lord of Windgrace, then it's better. More life. Can I draw the Titan? Let's go. Okay, finally. Life throws me a singular bone. And did your premium? Well, not sure if I would call it that, but Rhino, and you get 5 life. Now I'm ready to block. It's solid for them too. It's good to have versus Alana and Halana. Halana and Elena. Maybe if you're free, but if you've grown up with units, you just immediately learn what they mean and the numbers lose intrinsic meaning. I think it is without doubt true that a 100-degree scale is going to be more precise than a where you have the Kami flare, but you have to do this. It's a more precise one. You're able to be more precise. Exile it, rude. This flip spike, we can cut it down. We can escape squee. Today's will flip, so we can cut down the werewolf. I think my deck is not mid-ranging as hard as I would like it to. Well, I'm just flooding as hell, but probably just not mid-ranging as hard as I imagined. React Andy. Obviously steel. I knew. Herbowy kilogram. What's it heavier? Yo, mate. Have I ever heard a Geordie accent, Kani? I don't know. No idea. Good draw. Hair tag, I can see it, sure. Bros with 1-1. Ha 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 ha. I understand what they're saying, so I'm not sure if this is funny. And also, I'm not sure why Bob C sent that. Just to show the accent. Okay, good. Subtitles. I already closed it. Too bad. Bros, I got in a comment on my VOD YouTube channel. Which has deeply affected me. Rather deeply touched me. It says, fix the audio, I can't hear the copyright stuff. And it's the point. It's the point. Otherwise they mute my VODs and they hide them and I can't put them on YouTube. And the bro is like, fix the audio, bro, I just can't fix it. Milioner Tomasz Orzechowski nie miał żadnych wątpliwości przy pytaniu o milion i wygrał. Ciekawe jakie pytanie było. Co tam odpowiedział? Who in the middle of 19th century composed the famous Virgin's Prayer, a musical piece played in Europe, in the USA, but most famous to this day in Japan? But do you know who composed Modlitwa Dziewicy? Was it Liszt? Edvard Grieg? Never heard of Edvard Grieg. Maybe I'm uncultured, but Tekla Bondorzewska, Robert Schumann, Robert Schumacher? I would have never thought that I would go to millionaires and hear the question for 1 million. And I was watching since I was a child. A kid. Oh, here he reads the question. Hubert is the millionaire guy. He says, Hubert, I promised myself that I will not risk stuff. And Mateusz also told me that I shouldn't risk stuff. And Mateusz is allegedly this bald guy. So you will risk? No, Hubert, I will not risk. I will not risk because I know the answer. Damn. Hubert, are we ready for that? I'm ready when you're ready. If you're ready, it's gonna be easier for me. I was ready for that for the past 20 years, said Hubert. Can you buy a house in Poland with 188k? You can buy a very nice house with a million, even in Warsaw. Probably. So he didn't know for sure, but he knew that it was composed by a Polish woman, and that's the only Polish woman amongst the answers. And Hubert, this face tells you a lot. How they're clapping. Ladies and gentlemen, Mateusz is already on his feet. Super. Damn, bro. Who wants to be a millionaire? Would you want to be a millionaire, chat? There's 300 people watching right now, so we would be a millionaire, but as chat, which means that 1,000,000 would be split evenly amongst each of you. IDK is just 1,000,000 zloty, right? Like, who cares? It's pretty big sum. He won 1,000,000 zlotys. Okay, what if you get $1 million or you never get mana screwed or flooded ever again? I think that's not worth too much anymore. You take the offer and the monkey monkey paw curls and you come back home and you try to open Magic Online and it doesn't work. And you just can't fix it. Then all of your cards get stolen and you just move on to another hobby. And you never get mana screwed or flooded again. Simple. Seems like an improvement. Well, either that or you get 1,000,000 zlotys. Popshi and I are both buying castles when we move to Poland. There's a huge residence. I think it might have been recently sold off in Poznań, which is like known as the what's the non-offensive word you use for instead of gypsy? Gypsy offensive, chat? What am I? Yeah. There is like a castle built by some like Roma guy or a family that just is kind of on the outskirts of Poznań, and it was never finished. Guess I think they ran out of money, and then it was just staying here empty. It was really big and very very extravagant. I guess more of a palace than a castle. You don't even get 20 square meters in Paris with 1,000,000 zlotys. That's pretty tough. There's one place in my hometown I could buy with the money from Polish. Damn. Typical house here is 5 million PLN. Damn. I remember when I disclosed to the chat that I live on. Currently, I live on 60 square meters, I think, and some of the US-based chatters were baffled by how little that is. All living in some like extremely spacious 60 square meters. That's my bathroom exactly. Yeah, it's a pretty normal like in Europe. But yeah, like I think it's normal for you for all Europeans, but it's not. Yeah, it's bedroom. It's 2 rooms. Bedroom, living room, 2 rooms, bathroom, kitchen, and like separate toilets. And it adds up to 60 meters square. It is plenty of space, yeah. Laundry in. I have a washing machine in my bathroom. It's not common in Poland to have like laundry rooms or like outsides. Currently looking for apartments in Rome, and I'm looking for things that are 15 meters square. Well, that's pretty minimal, right? But that's like one person can live in that. And previously I lived on 48 square meters, and then I guess that maybe baffled them. One square meter is almost 11 square feet. Imagine having square feet. That would be pretty decent at keeping you stable, maybe on a surface, on a flat surface, but probably they would have some downsides, like maybe jumping would be harder, or if the surface would be uneven, then I guess you'd suffer from that a lot. My living room is bigger and Can is flat. True. Well, I mean, nice flex. My first apartment in New York was a 5-floor walk-up over a restaurant. Studio apartment 20 feet by 15, no closets. Nice. How can you live in a flat? Yeah. I guess it is kind of confusing that flats, despite the name, are 3-dimensional and not 2-dimensional. It's unfortunate we'll have to remeasure everything since the queen died and the king has a differently sized foot. True. I used to keep my shows in the oven, no joke. Okay. Is this live? It's pre-recorded. Sometimes YouTube recommends me videos of some like Japan apartments. Some apartments in Japan, like Tokyo, especially, and they're comically small. And you like see people living on, I don't know, 5 square meters, and they like have to crawl up on a small ladder to sleep in a under a roof, basically. I remember watching one video like that, and there was a Japanese guy Like there was an entire house which was converted to many single person apartments for renting, and there was one guy who lived in what used to be a bathroom, and he was like repeatedly saying how much he enjoys living in this small space, and it's actually like nice for him and not, but I felt like he lied. IKEA Tiny Houses, episode 3, the grand reveal. Modus. Bedroom. $99 monthly. It's 99 yen, $1. It's less than $1. I mean, I would live in this place for $1 a month. Probably. So you got 69 cents. Oh, nice. Although a place like this would incentivize you probably to go out often. I'll take a bathroom break before the next round starts, bros. Why is the IKEA mascot a shark and not like a Swedish meatball? Good question. Hey, Kanik, how was GP Paris? I did not go to Paris. I was sick. Yes, France was close too. Bros, my car is asleep, but I need to vacuum. Should I just not bother? I'll just vacuum. Whatever. Oh, bros, I'm fucking vacuuming. What did I have for breakfast this morning? Cereal. Cheerios. Don't often like to eat cereal because I'm hungry roughly 0 minutes after that, but I did this time. Let's play around, make disappear. Are you serious? I am. Airtie. Sure. But then I spend the rest of the pre-stream time cooking a Thai cashew chicken. And I'm going to eat it soon. Stir fry and smelled good. I haven't tried it yet. Sol Canar, what the hell? OP. Fancy. Yeah. I don't know why this attacks. Interesting. Can play around make disappear a bit. Make Rhino. Play Punkbuster. Takenuma, sure. What you gonna get back? Corpse Appraiser, sure. Can I attack with the War Chief? No, not really. Soul Canar. Exiled what for my graveyard? Blood Tide Harvester, sure. Next turn they give me the Soul Canar, but this turn they still do, I think. So Meat Hook. X2. Sure. Their play seems to indicate a make disappear. This kind of suckens then. Solids. Maybe I was supposed to play the Rebirth. But had I drawn a spell, I had 2 looks at a spell, so had I drawn a spell I would have been happy that I have. Yeah, Vertai now. It's a bit rough. Fuck. I'm kinda close to dying. Kurwa. Raid the top decker Duke. I should have just reanimated. I'm a chicken little bitch for not reanimating. Such a bad play. Yeah, the second Titan to play. This was absolutely whatever. Meathook seems poor against their deck. On Bankbusters. I want to Unleash Infernos against them. They're on the 5 mana guy. Cut down can kill the 3/3. Can have 2 duress. They have a creature though, but we can have the duress. I am on the play, so I don't need removal too much. Duress cannot discard their tie, which is a bit of a problem with Duress. We can't join the Modern Challenge anymore as it started, so we are all in. We have to win the 2 possible games now. Duress has enough targets though. Hopefully it will have enough targets, yeah, but it's just, you know, Airtie. I can imagine Airtie being the card I want to discard the most often. Great draw. I already joined Vintage because I like my Vintage deck, the Hogak Hexdrinker deck. I think it's super based. Can play the Tracker and attack, but I think Fable is more effective. Why play Audible Seju? Yeah, I know. Because I'm a little bitch. Cut down. Alright. Let's discard the Rebirth. The Tracker. Will I engage in the Showcase Challenge tomorrow? Probably. I'll have to perform my ritual of looking through the amounts of surgical extractions lately. And then do accordingly. Corpse Appraiser has a target now though, that's true, but I'm not expecting it not to have a target ever. I want to play the Fable out. To play Ertai. Is that okay with me? I think passing is kind of preferable. Ertai, counter draw. Seems weaker than drawing 2, and they draw only 1 with their Bankbuster, and I want to hit land drop. Maybe they'll waste mana. Siphon Insight, Siphon Insight, okay. Well, that resolves. That's a grindy card. So I have 1 card in their hand extra. I have to remember. They don't. Do a Smite Voltage Surge, okay. Busting makes me feel good. Or solid. Duress. Okay. So he counters draw to let us draw. Yeah, true. Kind of funny. Stroke. Sure. Let's try out the Wara, so it's gonna have interesting. Assuredly one spell in hand. And also the flashback of Siphon Insight in the graveyard. Could try to block, but not risking stuff. If they bring in this Stainful Stroke, then Duress is okay at combating that. What do you play in Modern and Vintage? Not playing Modern today, haven't joined. In Vintage I'm playing Bazaar, Hexdrinker. Could have loaded away the Unleash, maybe. Fine, let's say Stroker. I guess they had my own Duress, seems like. No, I don't want to play the Harvester because of because of Meat Hook Massacre. How can a standard deck have this much value? Which one? They're all just card draw and removal and card draw and creatures. Playing something big, yeah, Meat Hook. Fair. Why? Why they scoop with this? I just like no, I've had enough. I've had freaking enough, bros. Telegraph Rebirth seems unreliable and bad against stroke. So we got 2 strokes. This is tough for them if this resolves. Could have Tira Sander too. Terra Sander. Blitz. Well, Blitz is like one time dash, right? And it's not really annoying, I think. Searching the free vampire targets, I think. Maybe. I had the voltage surge, so we can keep Fable with fixed descent. Also, it seems like they can't quite kill Punk Busters when they're in play. At least they haven't showed any way to do so. Let alone a super nice value one. They want to fall behind. The real question is, do they cyborg out Tenacious Underdog assuming you bring in Graveyard Hate? I haven't seen Tenacious Underdog whatsoever. So, who knows? What about Tenacious Overdogs? Core Surpriser, okay. Where green mana? Huh? Envelope. I have no forest in my deck. Well, I have, I guess, Forgiatores, but... Maybe I have one too many sulfurous springs. Well, that's kinda ugly. Tenacious Updog. What did Carson's math say about Triple G on turn 7? I don't know. I have the Karsten articles bookmarked. But when I try to open them, it says, sorry, we were unable to find the page you were looking for. Because Trial Fireball just does not provide any services anymore. Only lack of thereof. Is it behind a paywall? I'm not sure. Is it the one? I'm not sure, but probably. Seems like your link works. Ah yeah yeah, ah yeah yeah, ah yeah ah yeah ah yeah yeah, ah yeah yeah. Solkanar, the Tainted. I shoot my Kiki. Wow, I let it go. Wow, Kaneki in standard, what happened? There's a showcase challenge. That flavor text too, not very funny. On what card? Trigger happy. Whenever you copy a triggered ability, you may do a little dance. Okay, trigger happy, haha. Triggered. Triggered and unhappy. Every Magic player now. Ertai? No, no Ertai, nice. What is my opponent doing then? Seems like their deck has slightly less value than mine. Nothing. Wow. I'm happy to see that. Flavor text is okay. Alright, seems like my opponent flooded. And they kinda were happy to concede early. It's where like a triggered ability, yeah. And also explains what's being trigger happy, yes, kinda. But what is the origin of the term trigger happy? So remember we have this emote now. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. Trigger makes good anime. I'm happy. Trigger happy. True. They're also happy. Guns, I think. So if someone was trigger happy, they were quick to pull the trigger and shoot. So you were saying, oh, whoa, broski, don't be so trigger happy. Calm down, let's talk. Tough luck, go Tulu. Did we enjoy the cyberpunk anime? Not yet. We're currently fighting through Better Call Saul. And we were in the middle of the second season, I think, and there is 6, so it's gonna take a while. It's much better than Saul. Well, I enjoy Saul plenty, so I will probably watch the cyberpunk anime at some point, but from the trailers, I honestly don't enjoy the art style. It's kinda ugly to me. Like technically, from a technical standpoint, it's impressive, but then like, yes, it's impressive, but it's not nice to look at to me. But the reviews are predominantly very positive, so probably watch at some point. Watching Dahmer is very engaging. Just don't watch while eating dinner. I don't know what's Dahmer. Oh, the killer guy. Seen there was a show about him. Dahmer was good, but very, very slow. Wow. There's also a serial killer, cannibal, necrophile, rapist. And you're saying he was good. Not a good look, bro. Payout, by the way. Yep, we won. Can steal some content from Yellow Hat. Where he's playing Arena. We can't steal any content from an Arena gamer. John Star. Hello, Modern Challenge, Love, Mega Hits, Ragavan. It's humans. I already watched the show. I was just mentioning it since Kaneki is watching season 2. Let me see. Season 3 of BCS is incredible. Or I actually didn't realize that BCS is Better Call Saul. But I do enjoy it plenty already, so probably gonna be indeed incredible, as you say. Ooh, versus Visnia. Alright, I'll leave John Star on. Steal some content and I will go prep the dinner. Because I'm getting a bit hungry. True Detective and Westworld season 1s were insane too. I remember watching 1 or 2 episodes of True Detective and it did not capture my attention. But it was many years ago at this point. Could you do color commentation, Mr. Streamer? We see Vishnya deploying Meddling Mage, naming Unholy Heat, putting Johnstar into quite a pickle, as he specifically held up a red mana for the Unholy Heat. Decided not to play the DCR. Now, that play puts him a little bit behind. Don't know Vishnya's hand, but it's 4 cards. Meaning that in the card advantage department, Johnstar is much ahead, and if the game goes long, I would expect Johnstar to win. The question is only if it's going to be going long. The Meddling Mage is annoying, but it does not offer significant pressure, so probably will. Might see an iteration for a land drop into maybe setting the explosives on 2. Or depending on what the iteration will reveal. Consider as an easy graveyard. Could also get a land and play 2 DCRs. Adds land to hand, which is just plainly wrong right now, but he knows. Consider to hand, DCR to graveyard, bottom, excuse me, land. This can shock in and play explosives on 2, but you probably want to avoid that. You just want to play tap land and I guess not tap land, yeah. A channeler and a consider seems even better. While Vishnu is cracking a Sunbake Canyon, which is a sign of weakness. Meaning his hand is not so good if that's like all he can master right now. Using a Vial, Johnstar responds with his only possible play, consider, which he's gonna do anyways. So no reason to get got by a Meddling Mage or Italia. Keeping the Lightning Bolt to be safe from Meddling Mage. And now the DCRs are free, so they can block the creatures. Explosives could be used to explode the 2 drops next turn again. I would not be unhappy to block, although it is a bit scary to block against Vials. Another Lieutenant. Or some... Well, I guess Deputy of Attention hits both DCRs no matter what. Reflector Mage. All could be problematic, so... It's pretty hard to get punished by a double block though, so you probably are fine. Now pre-combat flashing Meddling Mage and naming Lightning Bolt, that's probably gonna get blown out by the explosives at this point. Ooh. Well, that's strong. Johnstar would really love to draw a land. But Vishnu with just 1 card. Any land for Johnstar? No land, but still explodes on 2, explode all the 2 drops. Seems to be the line, and just facing 1 power. You'll kill Deputy of Detonation, get 2 powerful creatures again, and be ready to rumble. Gojira, only pain, exactly. Nothing else, only pain. It seems the standard format is pretty grindy, as all the matches seem to be going to close to time. So Vishnya should activate Vial even if he has no creature to put into play, which he did. I can't name a creature off the top of my head that Johnstar would be scared of, but there's probably some weird corner case creatures that just probably don't want to risk something that you don't expect in a spot like this. Dashing here. Interesting. Maybe fishing for a vial activation. I don't think there is much reason to dash the monkey over playing it. Just gain so much more mana. Channelers are humans. Now Johnstar got 2 4/4 Dragon Rage's channelers. That is just... Oh, although that's a bit of a punishment, Reflector Mage. It was very funny though. Well, not really quite a punish, like Vishnya can't really win, feels like. Even under the Deputy of Detonation doesn't seem to improve Vishnya's position, and Lightning Bolt just kills. How are they 4/4s? From Thalia's Lieutenant, which was stolen with Ragavan. Should be a 3/3 Lieutenant. Why? Oh, because it... Wait, what? How do you make it a 3/3? Explain yourself, Oshin. Do you destroy the 1/3 of Lieutenant trigger on the stack? True, true. Smart. Liquid in your glass looks suspicious. It just come. A big glass of cum. What's so suspicious about that? You can watch Demonic Tutors. It's playing Legacy. In that case, let's do my Legacy pass. Let's go last Legacy challenges. How many surgical extractions are you gonna see? 2 extractions. Tough. Just don't play through. Vurg. Snapcaster, Uro, Narset, Minsk, and Boo, Timeless Heroes. I've seen that this card is many tickets on Magic Online right now. Minsk and Boo seems a little bit tough in 2 days. $82 tickets. Wait, that's buy. Sell is 93. Cool. This seems like Delusion Control with Uro and Minsk and Boo. I guess you're supposed to use Carpet of Flowers too. Maddening Hex. Caleb played a 67 card Minsk control deck that looked very based. Well, sure. Also gets spotted with its trigger on the stack. Yeah, that card doesn't even sound very good in Legacy. It does not seem to match well against match up well against much. It is very good. Well, as I said, it does not seem it is a 4-mana card, so by its nature it matches up badly against Daze, and it just dies to Bolt for no value. Well, I guess you get the hamster. It's not no value. You get the Boo hamster. Helps 5 color. I guess Progentus. Yeah, just Progentus. But it looks funny. Elves, 5 colors. Magus of the Moon, nice. What's Naya Depth? Does this deck play Plateau? I think I never played with Plateau. Bros, it's been 57 minutes. You already should have finished. I will play Vintage, yeah. With Hexdrinker. Are the Warhammer 40k decks already released? If this was a paper Vintage tournament, would I be able to actually play with Poxwalkers today? Will Vintage Canny Drinker appear in the October deck guide poll? It could. I'm not sure if that's like a very attractive deck for a sideboard guide. deck looks very nice. I watched a bit Justin play it, yeah. Two Hogak only seems low. It seems low, but well, maybe it seems low, but I don't need more. You know, if you look at the last Vintage Challenge on Sunday, you will see Canister dominating, well, I guess, second place. With a similar list with a worse sideboard. This has no chance against Doomsday though, right? Hogak is poor against Doomsday. I have 4 Endurance, 2 Mindbreak Trap. And you can bring Extraction. Not sure if you should. We ignore Leyline postboard, right? I did board out Force of Vigor against decks that bring a Leyline. Often, if I want to bring something. Maybe some Archive Trap. Maybe Archive Trap. With Doomsday, it's just that if you play Archive Traps, you just never play against Doomsday. And if you don't play Archive Traps, you will run into Doomsday. But Endurance is just works too. The same way. Well, I need the extra green card to pitch, but also it's just better. So Endurance is also pretty broad. I want, Endurance for the Bazaar mirrors, etc. Cavern wouldn't be fine. Cavern has no point in the deck. The purpose of Yavimaya is to be a double land. You go Bazaar, activate, and on turn 2 you play Yavimaya and play Collector Roof. Could you please tell me how to sideboard versus Bazaar? Well, you want those 13 cards. And you can board out. Those are unnecessary. Those are unnecessary. It's 11 and just like 2 of those for space. Rainbow Seju. I think. That'll be my move. Oh, Bosejo kills Bazaar, but not on efficient rate, so it doesn't matter at that. Like, if this simplistic of an approach, I hope my point is not on an aggro deck. It's a bit of a simplistic approach, right? Card kills name card is good. It doesn't really matter. Like, when Bosejo is good, is versus the Phoenix, versus the decks with the Sphinx, mostly. It's pretty inefficient to use for the most other part, but it also gives you a leyline answer. So, I think it's close between one Sapone and the Bosejo. My hand is a combo hand, I guess. Turn 4 Titan of Industry. But on red black, something. Blood type Harvester. How many of you, chat, had any clue about how powerful the Blood type Harvester is? That it's gonna be like the best standard creature for a long time. It's going to be Pioneer playable. It's gonna just be overall powerful. Had no idea, but it actually is a free tool. I had some idea about this card being actually decent when I put it in the cube and I played with it, and it was surprisingly okay in the cube. Isn't Shouldered better? Well, it's Shouldered a 2-drop. Well, the blood token is not much, but it is something, right? I guess. It's pretty good something. Wow. I only have one card though. I didn't know you can have. Well, I guess I know. Because I can have this. They could have had funny Death Clap Glades. Next turn you can reanimate a Titan. Kill Kiki. Well, I mean, most likely you can. Rhino, Workshop War Chief. It's pretty based. Can attack with the Goblin Shaman. Unleash Inferno on the Trespasser. Discard cut down. Kill Trespasser, kill this. 3 creatures die. This costs 2 mana. Return Titan. With this on the battlefield. Put a shield counter on Titan. Probably. No, because of the Rakdos, the charm. I don't want a shield counter on the Titan. I could also just play Rebirth and just kill the Reflection and leave this in play. That seems worse. Cut down is kinda useless. Shield counter on Kiki sounds good. I do forgo this. It's okay. I think I like dealing with the Trespasser. Maybe a shield counter on this is still good because Kiki lives to copy that. That's awesome. It's fine. We have the backup flashback of the Diagraph Rebirth. Cost 7, and you have 5 mana, but something dice it's gonna cost less. Hurry, boy, she's waiting out there for you. Maybe killing the blood token was better than making a shield token. Ooh, soaring the Mirthless. Interesting. Not sure if powerful, but interesting.
Jeden czy dwa woryny mogą?
Jeden w ryżu. I want this, this, this. They probably play their own Unleashed Inferno, so I'm not sure if the Bankbuster sideboarding is actually that good, but this is useless. Meathook is useless. This might be just good to have more 5-drops in the matchup. Infernal Grasp, Voltage Charge to kill the Harvesters on the draw to not fall behind, or the Fable token. Terra Sander. Can play Grasp over a Voltage Surge, but I want few Voltage Surge. This guy is whatever. Soul of Windgrace, I'm not sure it's good in the... I'm not sure it's good in the mirror. Seems not really. Game will naturally should go a bit long. Maybe it's just a bit of a weak card in general. In the play I could say Terra Sander over Voltage Surge, but I think on the draw I want to keep Voltage Surge for not dropping behind too much. Awesome hand. Actually okay hand. Let's play Painless Red Source. Can loot away land with the blood. Bankbuster. I think Bankbuster might be like level 1 sideboarding for the mirror, but it kind of sounds weird that you're supposed not to. If you're supposed not to because of the Unleash the Flames. Whatever is the name of the card. And maybe, who knows. I just skip the song. Well, we have to redeem the skip song thing. Hello, Mr. Canister. Should we ban Siege Rhino in Modern? No. Think you're funny, bro? Coming into my stream and just for 20 points highlight my message. Haha, Siege Rhino ban in Modern. It is a blast from the past, the Siege Rhino banner for a standard. It's a vibe. What if I Riveteer's Charm to 4 cards? How many 5-drops, so they would just go to waste. Don't think I can afford to fuck around and not cast a removal spell. Sacrifice the Bank Basta, which is kinda cool for me. If I play this, they have the 4 mana removal spell, which likely they do. But I have to like fight through it somehow either, so. Really don't. Okay, nice. I'm trading, bro. They're playing slowly, really nice for me. I'm really glad they do. Where can you find the standings of this tournament? On Magic Online, but you have to be in the event, so they're only available here on screen. Trespasser. Sure. Oops. Didn't mean to play them, but doesn't matter. You can just get my opponent's War Chief. Or could try to go for the full value, but I think getting the War Chief might be a bit of a wiser move. Because this deals me 3 damage. And this stabilizes me a bunch instead of putting me low. Lower and lower, and then the trespasser could attack Excel the war chief would be a problem. Definitely going to happily block the trespasser with attacks. Play Sulphurous Springs. Plays Fable of the Miroir Broker. Soul Transfer, Excels the Workshop. Solid. And returns Sorin, wow. Whoops. Big turn for my opponent. We have Unleashed Inferno, so I can kill the Fable. With the Bankbuster. Maybe the Fable. Don't think I want to attack. I want to keep the Bankbuster to block. Not to bleed more life points straight away cards. I will play Sorin and I will have to then think about dealing with the Planeswalker, but maybe there is going to be a way. Or maybe my opponent will play Titan of Industry and nothing will matter anymore. Also, chat, did you know that Twitch Prime lets you subscribe to your favorite streamer on the platform every month for free? It's a great way to use your Prime. As if it's unused, it goes back to Jeff Bezos and then his wealth grows even more. And does it need to? So the wealth of Canis_MTG could grow. Or, I don't know, Ninja, if you enjoy Ninja. And it's simple, you just link up your Amazon Prime with your Twitch and then you get access to that. If you only had Prime, if only you had Prime, yeah. Not in your Prime anymore. I see, I see. Okay, I shall downgrade my tier to sub to a Prime 1. Well, not that what I was saying whatsoever, but thanks.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Good draw. I want to discard the Harvester, probably. Good draw. Somehow they did not play the Sorin. If they would sacrifice this, I would actually not make a Rhino, which is pretty funny. Ściernisko like a wet field. Ściernisko, I'm not sure what that exactly means, but Something around those lines, yeah. Krzepę mam jak wół. Sam pociągnę wóz pustaków, choćby był bez kół. Już tym wszystkie krzaki teraz zwożę żwir. To attack with this, they have the unleash. I shouldn't attack with this either. It's 22 life, and the trespasser is just damage that can be dealt to my life points much more easily. Do I still have that gift of me dabbing at a big paper tournament? I can find it. Yes. I would be able to find it rather easily. Wstęgę przeciąć tam. Yeah, I shouldn't have attacked with this unnecessary risk.
He's a phenomenal
Maybe
control
kill my
player.
Titan. Yeah. Then I'm taking too much damage for no reason. Especially if they kill my arena token, then it's so many damage. CB Jornran, thank you very much for this sub. Bros, I'm getting punished for my poor play. Okay, sorry, whatever. You may reveal and put into your hand, reveals Voltage Surge. Ah! The punishment, bros, the punishment. Ah! I had this stupid Reckoner Bank Bastard here. Hmm. Splits it. This is pretty bad against Trespasser. Maybe I should board this out. I'll skip vacation time because it's a little bit tiring. I didn't know there was an AIG tournament today. What's AIG? I'm getting so punished for the unnecessary attack. To cham block here, like he's stupid. idiot. I'm not attacking. At least there is no more creatures for those to drain me. Too much. Please block, bro. Well, not sure that was the best play, but it makes me, I don't know, turns this into, well, 2 cards into a 4/4 Aina. Yeah, the flashback still. Unleash the Inferno, okay. Wait, what? Because I had both rhinos selected as attacking, right? Bullshit. Definitely had both of them selected as attacking. Maybe I was trying to be too quick for Magic Online. But I meant to attack with both to force a block on something, but it's fine. I guess leaving this as a blocker does not change much. Also, have you ever noticed that this guy has... jak się mówi na to? As a shield. I can see it's good. The manhole over. It's using that as a shield, I think. Which I think is pretty funny. Alright, so we are 3-1 in the standard showcase. Nice. I'll take a bathroom break. We going to double queue the Vintage Challenge soon too. Well, in 30 minutes. I need to take a poop. So I'll see you in a few minutes. Right, I was muted, but Carve the Lion is obviously not a shaman. Can observe some Doomswitch games in the meantime. I'll be consuming dinner too. You see, bros. I probably don't see shit, but it's tasty. I cooked it myself, but it was so good. So nice. Also, we see in Johnstar's game, leyline binding actually destroying UR. Sort of. Trapping a Morktide Regent and a Ledger Shredder underneath it. Wobble. Don't really want to crack that fetch though, but bit tricky for Johnstar here. Wow. The Meta region attacked. I'm not sure I would have had attacked. Because now... Okay, well, I would have attacked. Simply attack. Throw the bolt. I'm just playing for win, yeah, but... I think you can... Like, I think... Attacking decreases the odds that you win. Why don't you draw first? I guess you know it's Iragavan anyways. No reason to look at his own top. Well, it doesn't matter anyways. You play the bot and just hope that it's good enough anyways. Ooh. The rhinos became the rhino. I'm gonna be playing in the Vintage Challenge in 13 minutes too. But now round 5 of the Standard Showcase, 131 players, that's 8 rounds, right? So you're only halfway there and I would need to go for a... Pretty tough. We lost at round 1. I think my deck is solid, but... Also had opponent's mulligan to 5. It seems functional though as a deck, which is good. And play 7 drops, which is nice. Because I have just powerful stuff in my deck to play. We'll keep. Planes, pass. Thank you for stopping my draw step, friend. Very useful. Planes. It's this deck again. Alright, hasn't fallen behind. It's funny that to me that the mono white deck of the format is a control deck. 4 mana, Serra Paragon, so you can kill Serra Paragon and winning announcement, which is awesome. Honestly, just throw away the cut downs. I'm okay trading for 2 creatures. Still they have 5 cards in hand, but they did play this for no value, so that's pretty good for me. How's the deck feeling? It's feeling okay. But I'm not sure if like that's the best thing or anything. And I thought those are the only 4 matches I played, those that I'm playing right now. Seems like Wandering Emperor is a bit of a tough card for me though. Should work, right? The cards will not vanish. Yeah, we got hits that we can play next turn at least. I did this right now because if I hit the shock, I will shock the Emperor. Krainę zapomnienia w głowie myśli mam, kiedy skończy się ten stan. It's fine with me. Fine trade. Losing against mono white, I wouldn't call that losing. Playing, I would say. Kinol jak u tabalugi. Bros, they get to funny planes. Mono white being playable is very cringe. It's definitely a little bit jarring that you can play mono white midrange like this. Are you drinking banana juice? Yes. Any matches would have liked to have Lily Vale. I haven't thought of that, but probably not. This is tough. Let's do the line. I want to not me to give away my Kiki. This line would be poor if they had the removal for my Bankbuster, but if we kill the Wandering Emperor, it's fine. Wait, this puts the thing top? Wow. I think we're going to discard the Rebirth. That's flashback anyways. You can steal a planes, but not I get Sulphurous Springs. Which is better, their 5-4 or our 5-4? Their costs 5 mana, so... Well... In play, mine is better, but there has a dice effect. Do you like to kill the just kill the board, right? It's fine, like the board is even, they kind of trade away the boards. Depends who they hit, but we have this, well, the blood token, the Ren, cute draw. The flashback spell. Five mana, what's that? Oh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And mid-range fast isn't a greedier deck favored. Which deck is greedier? My vintage match is starting. I would like to go first in vintage. Powder. More. We can really afford to double queue with this. My red is always on the oops. It's objectively not true. He's playing different various decks. It's pretty ambitious. Mr. Farmhand. On dwarf. Order lure. Keep 5. Stationary Arganjo, sure. Station of your mom. It's not even a joke. I guess. Soul of Winger is looking pretty decent here, this game. What's 2 mana? 4 damage to my Titan, whatever. The step should be good, hopefully. Keeping track of the meat hook triggers in paper sounds pretty tough. Ambitious farmhand again. They should forbid all of those planes drawing guys. Really, it's cringe that they print shit like that. Like what? Well, who needs that? Who wants that? Shield counter versus the sweeper. Canister wins, okay. 7 mana Rex Age, nice. Well, 7 mana 7/7 Rex Age with a shield counter on it, so sounds much better. I think the Trampler is actually valuable against them. And kinda want Meat Hook Massacre, but not that cut downs. I want Terra Sanders. And it's kinda weak. Soul of Windgrace we're gonna keep because it won the game. Infernal Grasp looks poor. Just have one Meat Hook in my deck because it's I know it's been kinda okay, but it's really easy for it to suck. Medvedev on 5 cards. Wonder if I should have Duress, but probably not. Can Duress the Wandering Emperor or the Sweeper sometimes, but I don't think on the draw I can afford it. Maybe on the play over the removal, the Duress is better. But when I'm going second, I don't want to fall behind. That does look like oops. Oops. Imprinting Dark Ritual. This is easy keep. Land for me to destroy with Wasteland, that's okay. Definitely stepping that. Also could appreciate Gaia's Cradle to play the Oof. Already out of cards because we moved. Winning the way Richard Garfield intended. Yes. He actually did intend that. Right. Free power, I thought they have no play. Leon Sash. Pink Fable this. Try to play the Warp Chief next turn. Kills my guy and destroys my enchantment. I'm fine with that. Misses land drop. I'm fine with that too. Let's play another one. Ritual and spy for sure, bro. For sure. That's why he played a Sol Ring. I should board out all the both reanimations. Maybe even Cruelty of Gigs to play around the Leon Sash. Because I think it's not a big problem. Except for when it's gonna make my reanimation dead. Upkeep, use Bazaar. Hit nothing important. Draw once upon. I can't play it, but I attack for 6. Goes to 9. This is 6. If we attack again, my opponent's at 3 can't draw a land. That's untapped, so that would be good for me. Probably just dash my workshop guy. That's weak to the sweeper, which I could play. I don't want to just dash. Blitz rather. It's got planes, get back planes. You have the sweep up, bro. Brother. You do. Voltage surge and 2 lands. Terrible. Alright, less terrible. Why did you just zoom on Boba Fridge? Or rather, what did you see? Who's a little bitch? I'm a little bitch. Didn't play the Emperor. Oh, he settled wreckage in standard? No, but Wandering Emperor is. What if I handle a meat hook for one? We'll see. I'm probably gonna consume something with the creature. Hmm. They either just have it or are very committed to the bit. Canning gag is broken? Really? I'm glad you are enjoying some brokenness. Stargraphic Emperor this long better than just playing it. Well, if you don't have it, it's better. Which I think they might be pulling my leg collectively for a long time, but you know, you can beat the card otherwise. I wish I had boarded in Duress. Plus 2 life. Well, they shouldn't they shouldn't have gotten 2 life. More the bug. Stack Enuma, get the Workshop War Chief. The exile, this is pretty bad for me too, so it's like with everybody forced them to play the Emperor now. You can exile the Titan. Take 9, go to 2. I have 2 Rhinos. Oh shit, bros, they had the Emperor. They go to 1 even because my guy dies. So now the Sweeper kills them. Because they lose life. I guess they can gain 2 with this. So I am probably advantaged. Here I have 11 minutes to my opponent's 20. I know how it is with double queuing. You know what they say about double queuers. Ambitious farmhand, okay. I draw planes. What the fuck, bro? Classic Lotus top deck. Typical. Must be nice. Oh no, they have Ao. Can sacrifice Ao and then attack. Who is Medvedev? My opponent. Not sure I want Death Right Shaman. Probably do. I think we're gonna cut once upons. Why cut probe? Well, I guess probe before once upon should go. If we don't wastelands, I could cut a Grace Cradle. Probably cut once upons for space. They found a Wandering Emperor. This thing. So if I attack, I get one Rhinos exiled. I think I don't attack. We need to win this game now. They probably will be able to, but who actually knows? Powder. Can't really beat Deathrite Shaman, but I think that's too weak because we can. Yeah, the mono white just doesn't want to die. Why won't you just die already? I'm all. Ah, bros, fucking mono white. Hmm. Well, land is not that bad, I guess. So this. Kinda. Fucking hell, bros, mono white. Can't even deal any stupid damage to the stupid deck. First strike 4 for lifelink my ass. Plain searching bullshit. Kill the meat hook, wow. Makes sense. TBH. What is this? Kill 3 folk with the march. Sad. I think the mono white deck might be a bad matchup. All things considered. What's a card that matches up super well against the Wandering Emperor, bros? Wow. Ooh. I'll not win this game, and this is game 3, but I can't quite. Spell pieces, I can't pay for it. Seems like I'll have duress, no this, no this, this, and this. And multi-free in vintage. Yeah, I guess counter magic, but in giant colors I meant. This guy has vigilance, I can attack with it at least. Black Lotus, LED, top deck Mox, sure bro. Not even my opponent will have this much luck. Twice in a row. But yeah, Ao is for example decent against that. Sphinx of the Steel Wind. Steel Wind. Now we have the speedrun. This hand does not quite speedrun. This hand speedruns a bit better, although I can't even see what's in my hand because of all the card styles. Kind of insane that my opponent withstood that and survived. Dziękuję ci bardzo, Kasiu. The free one. Oh, okay, that's fine. Bros, they're gonna search for a freaking planes. Oh, time out, Kaniki. Thank you for your advice. I'll try my best. I probably will. Given this mono white deck's ability to champ block for forever. Louis, Louis, Louis. Louis, Louis, Louis. Oh, dooley, dooley, dooley. I have a little removal. Yes, canister, you can straight to your graveyard. I don't see you play Modern as often as you used to be a bit bored there. No, I just want to play Pioneer before I play in a Pioneer tournament soon. In Sofia. Not quite bored. Nice hand. 50 seconds, I will not get there. It'll be a close game otherwise. I think we have to forfeit it. Play the vintage game. Or maybe not. — 9 seconds, huh? Alright, timed out. Sad. Kinda timed out even against the first one though. Here my opponent went for Black Lotus and let's see if they have Belcheroni next turn. With so many things you have to click, the mono white deck so defensive. Doesn't do anything. Just chills. But the morning tutors I probably get Pact of Negation then die. Yeah. Alright bros, we got. Cool deck. We needed an extraction, not a mental misstep, unfortunately. That would actually be what would make the hand good, but we only got what we got. Did we just play who I thought we did? Well, I don't know. We played Medvedev, a Magic Online player. Plays vintage a lot. Often with whoops. But I don't know what is that you're thinking exactly, so. It's definitely a tennisman. Yeah, Medvedev used to play shops a lot. I think my shops matchup should be better than my oops matchup. Although, just need an extraction in my hand and then I would have won, so. Oh. I think what I did the last game was probably an okay way to sideboard. Because normal removal doesn't seem so super against the mono white deck, but the duress for Emperor. If I had a duress for that Emperor, game 2, we would have been able to win. It's kind of an impossible comeback for them, but they managed to. Then actually stabilized and defeated me. It also feels awkward when the mono white deck is better than your free color midrange deck, but in the late game. Which is seems like it kind of is a bit better in the late game. My heart was pounding when I was trying to play quickly in that last game. Mogged. Any pog? Hello, Claudio. Danik. This doesn't target events, that's pretty funny. Does not even target. Child loves you even if you time out Kaneki. I understand it, but was never doubting that. But I would still prefer not to time out, right? It's rather my point of view. I think I want to ignore Danik. Oops, I'm taking 1 damage. Don't kill. Thanks. Gonna have Emperor. So I don't actually want to attack. SUG streaming the Flesh and Blood US National 700 viewers. Probably bots. Has to be bots. It's opium. The underdog. If you want to kill it, just kill it, bro. I don't need a Soul of Windgrace who just draws me lands every draw step. Can exile my soul. I'm gonna kill the Wandering Emperor. It feels like the rotation of standard. Like the mid-range decks, they kinda look the same like they used. They look very similar. Another emperor. Can't even time out the ones I want since they have a sword too, yeah. Sword is cheap on Kani's chat, but whenever we try to limit the amount of sword wielding people, it never quite panned out. Trump solid card here. Don't want to kill Danik because it is gonna return. I want to pass. You're just gonna draw free end of turn. Government Vedev. Based. You have Bazaar, so keep. You're gonna have a counter spell, bro? You can't. You can't do that. Think harder about your fucking make disappear, yeah. Make sure that it's the proper card to cast here. What the hell is a casualty? It's a popular mechanic. Some big moves here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh wow, Danik doesn't allow me to telegraph rebirth. If I also know that I make disappear, then I will disappear from the standard challenge and drop probably. Bros, is this going to be a Hexdrinker game? This is actually cheaper. Doesn't change anything though. Just make disappear. Still gonna die. Bro, resolves or not, don't waste my time. It's a Hexdrinker game, bros. Tapping some mana. No kurwa rozumiem, dobra, zajebiście, masz. Kontrowałeś, wygrałeś. Probably just multi-queuing, that's why playing slow, but I was annoyed. Definitely want duress and voltage surge, and I don't
He's
care
a
for
phenomenal
countdown.
control player.
16 months cool shit.
Unless in final seemed kinda weak, although they probably play Wendig announcement. Meat hook sucks. Workshop Warchief seems to suck. No, I guess cut down cuts the. It's pretty tricky because cut down cuts the Raffine, which is pretty important. This is weak versus Derek. Let's do this then. Dark Confidant, wow. What does that mean? Interesting. It's a fair deck, probably. Which means we're going to employ the fair plan. They had basic forest. I'll keep wastelands. Well, I should put a collector roof. What am I doing? Cyber is designed so that you can cut the collector roof. Hashtag designed, big words, of course. But yeah, that's it. Lord Windgrace is pretty poor into Wandering Emperor. Maybe I should have sideboarded it out. Can this be kept? Seems too weak. Can this be kept? We get once upon probe and yeah, I guess. Might be this way though. I wish I would make the challenges so that they don't fire all at the same time. That they don't go fully synced. Good draw. Definitely taking a root walla here. Probing. Seeing endurance. Xylee Jailer. Interesting. Force of Vigor too. Well, I guess I'll kill their land. They have no land. They drew a land. They play Xylee to Jailer. Another land. Can cast the endurance for 3 mana now. Can trade off, but they have another one, so no point. We're black mana. Their hand is 2 decent cards. And a green card to pitch. Don't spell pierce my Fable. Where Cradle? Well, I draw 3 cards per turn, so I'll find it soon. Still don't know if we're gonna get spell pierced. The shamans are in general presenting their best. Can attack with the Root Wallace into the Endurance. Don't quite want to cast my Endurance. Guess we lead to damage with Shaman. We could have prevented that. Solid. Bros, my Fable resolved. Still no Cradle, by the way. Where's the opponent's hand? It's Force of Vigor, Abrupt Decay, Endurance, and a top deck right now. We've seen it with Probe. He gave up, yeah. I would use Upkeep, discard 2 cards, now draw a Serum Powder, awesome. Rafina. Definitely want to kill Rafina. Do we? It's gonna be hard to kill afterwards, probably. I want to play the Soul of Windgrace, but too bad. Well, we did lose to Belcher. To a Belcher activation, indeed. Lost to Meradev as well. Did he have the classic Top the Glottus, or did he get you in a less classic way this time? I will board out Soul of Windgrace for the next match. It's pretty bad this game. This matchup, I think. Also, chat, I don't know if you feel similarly, but for a 7 cost card, Titan of Industry is actually a little bit underwhelming to me. Discuss. Canister wins now, of course, because we play 7 drop against a 5 mana, but it's kinda underwhelming, I feel like. Cut down on the draw to deal with Rafine. Cut the Soul of Windgrace. Maybe have the Dying Graph Rebirth, I guess. You're gonna kill the guy. I think it's average. Average 7 drop power. What I meant is that I would have expected more out of a 7 drop. This on the draw, maybe a Meat Hook on the draw. Meat Hook seems just really bad though. Yes, Wandering Emperor, it's all never good time to play it. Just have one more removal for 1 mana. What about card Elder Dragon War? Pyroclasm. Each opponent doesn't hit creatures, planeswalkers. You think it's just whelming? For me it is underwhelming. But I understand that for you it might be just whelming.
He's a phenomenal control player.
What are they saying?
Love you, Canny. Best
This
wishes
is a Mario
always.
card. Thank you Nambu99 for your supportage. This is a Mario Kart. Let's go, Rafine. Oh, well, could be worse. It's pretty bad. I'll fall behind too much if Rafine attacks me again. Kaito Shizuki. I phase out. Why does that emote not show on my stream? I'll fix that soon. I have to refresh cache of the current page chat box. Try again. Oh, fuck off, bro. Seems to work. Bros, I am falling behind. Kill this. Yes. Oh, fuck. Nice to rest, stupid idiot. Good sideboarding, huh? It's gonna be tough against an active planeswalker and those Raffines just making me play from atrociously bad spots. And Ertai in hands. The ones on the screen are out of time with chat. That's because my stream is delayed by a few seconds, naturally. Bros, am I supposed to beat Ertai? I can't. Guess they Ertai and I draw the Harvester. Okay. Standard was fun when I was 3-1, but it's much less fun when I'm 3-3. Bob the Dog 4-1 was Bob the Dog playing Esperone. Esperone matchup seemed really tough when I was on a draw. Nice hoodie. Why is it such bad quality? Prowess? Jaya? Yeah, Jaya in the graveyard. There's John's sacrifice for him. Look, it's your favorite card. I think it's a fine card in standard, but not a great one either. Probably just Ragos of lens for cycling. I guess for fixing too, yeah. Meat hook. No. What is he playing? Yes, meat hook. Why do you always play the not good decks in the challenge, streamer? No, I don't. I didn't know what's a good deck in standard though. But that's a loaded question and it feels a little bit aggressive. Can I ask you a keep or move? Sure, just ask. Can you like odd versions? What do you think of the black and white double feature cards? I think they look terrible and I like them for that reason specifically. Six live, but he kept the dragon. Kept versus Oops came 2 on the play. Jawy moja DRS, Oof, Chalice, Surgical, Hollow 1, Blazing Root Walla. Yeah, I would keep that too. No, actually, it's not that good because you play DRS and you have no other play, so you need to top deck something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards. I probably should mulligan that because your DRS is not going to have lands in the graveyard from your opponent's deck, so it's just not a mana dork, it's just a way to stop the combo. Although they can't quite beat it, except for with Tinker. So they actually can, so yeah. I think you should probably mulligan that, although it's a bit painful to mull that. Chalice and Surgical and DRS. If you had a second land to be guaranteed to play out the Wolf, I think I would keep. If Blazing Root Walla is a land, I think easy keep, but otherwise, probably Mool. Very close one. Reckoner Bank Booster, okay. Shoulder's so good. Shield Red, so good, Shield Red. Such a good card. La la la, la la la, la la. Bob the Dog wins the match. What a win. If we have a winner, chat. Bob the Dog crushed Thalai, moving on to 5-1. Very impressive. Very impressive. Yeah, Shoulder actually dominated. It's 2 more rounds. I will probably play the Showcase Challenge, finish it out. Also for tomorrow's challenge, bros. Tell me. Should we play Delver or Delver with Uro? Delver easy, that does not help. Well, it's Delver with Uro. It has both Uro and Murtad Regent, kinda weird. Some Maddening Hex main deck. Is that a good main deck card? Smash to Dust. New cards from Dominaria. Artifact, Defender, or 1 damage to each creature your opponent controls. Huh? How many... what? How many Defenders are there that are playable in Vintage? Minsk beats the Pyre of Mirror, but does it beat Daze and Lightning Bolt? You think they board out Daze, but if you have Minsk, they will keep it because it's good against your deck then. Delver with Uro is kinda weird, only to Wasteland, no Daze. It's the random gamers. You can play around Bolt a bit, sure. Just pick your spot. Perfect spot to play your 4 mana card. NZD's least, let's look it up. Oh, Yorion. No, bro. So 400 tickets for those. So Ura is allegedly ahead against Delver. In general, I know I played against Delver with an Uro deck, one showcase, and I dropped at 1-2. They're being demolished by a person deploying the Monarch card that mills 10 cards. Yeah, Uro was pretty hard to cast. Too efficient to Uro. Delver, DCR, Borrower. What about Delusion Control? What surprises me a little bit is that in this deck, Murktide Region is still great, seemingly, in the format where they have Source of Plowshares, because that seems a bit rough. That pairing. Tolarian Terror. What about the Commander cards? You have Brainstorm though. The whole binding kills Murktide thing is at least 80% scam. It does not kill Murktide, but does make the card Murktide Regent much worse than it was. Sailor's Bane. Is that card on Modo? This spell costs 1 less to cast for each card you own in exile and in your graveyard that's an instant, sorcery, or an adventure. It's Dragon Turtle, Word Power 7/7. Don't you rather play Tolarian Terror? Do you? I don't know, maybe. But this works with Merktide while Terror doesn't, so I don't think you can play Terror with Merktide. Ain't legal. No, it is legal in Legacy. It has a red frame, so it's not on Modo. That solves our discussion. Bane, Lord of Darkness. Is it from the same set? There's Bane, and there is also Sailor's Bane. Bros. How funny is that? That those were in the same set. Bane, Lord of Darkness, Sailor's Bane. That doesn't look similar. Bane's Contingency, but it seems to be this Bane. Bane of Progress. Is it the same Bane on all of those cards? Bane Slayer Angel. Okay, that explains a lot. Cheville, Bane of Monsters. Bane of the Living. I know that for some time this card was like Serra's Emissary. Wait, whatever is the card that doesn't work. Serra's 4 mana 3/4. It doesn't actually function in the rules because there is no connection between a thing flipping and the X paid being remembered. But I'm not sure if it probably has a connection now. But I know that for a moment it hasn't. Summoner's Bane. Counter target creature spell, create a 2/2 blue illusion, solid. Bane of Poggers, that's the same card as this. Bane of Hanweir. Lonely people. La, la, la. Lonely people. Also, who said in response to my worries about Merktide versus Swords to Plowshares, Mario said, "You have brainstorm though." What does that mean? Just that it's a good card? Well, they have brainstorm too, so it's not really a help. It kind of feels like a deck like this should just play for Carpet of Flowers main deck. To me, I don't like modern. Drawing multiples can be mitigated, sure. Well, but I'm worried about its matchup against Source to Plowshares. It seems hard not to get it exiled, but maybe you just attack with other creatures and it works out. Because in modern, so often it was that like you play the Murktide and they have the answer, but the answer is costs 5 mana because they Solitude. Would Minsk and Boo Timeless Heroes be good in modern? Probably. Maybe. It's pretty good Planeswalker for 4 mana. I don't know, that card seems awkward to me. Like it has powerful abilities, but it seems to just match up poorly against cards. Strong but in shit colors. I think that's not a problem, but Minsk and Boo might be better than Omnath, true. I think Omnath is overhyped as a card. Last time I played 4 color, it felt like I went 4-3 in the challenge, and it felt like all my losses with Omnath, all my losses were rooted in playing out Omnath and getting it answered for much less mana than I spent, and then I was just kind of dead. More generally, I think Murktide is so good in certain matchups that it's fine to have a 2-drop that dies to plow instead of another 1-drop, for example. Yeah. More so, my question was that I would think that the control decks with Source to Plowshares would actually be tough matchups, because I don't understand how you circumvent that matchup of your creature versus removal, but maybe you do. Alright, I want a swamp, bro. Reap. If we draw a black source, we had the Diagraph Rebirth Titan Blood Type Harvester combination. My opponent's just proudly playing their mono swamps. Never mana screwed. Never color screwed. True, you have Sanctuary too. Seems solid. Could have drawn the shocks. I should have blood tokened the Titan already. Yeah. What up, bro? I guess I could have killed it and still played it, but I'm not sure I want to kill it with the shock. Spunk Buster just a staple of every deck. It seems pretty random in my mono black aggro deck. I'm pretty sure my opponent's deck would not enjoy being called in aggro deck. Like a Vault Sleeper seems like a mid-range card. They probably play 4 copies of the silly enchantment sacrificing, creature sacrificing, planeswalker sacrificing effect. I mean, they didn't even care about that much. Just a bit. Seems like they will struggle with my Titan of Industry, and we also have the flashback. Exile. Maybe I grasp it. We are grasping at straws, but I think I am actually grasping. Let's kill the blocker. Nice looting. Attack. Six mana. Meathook Massacre. Well. True. Do I have Villa in my graveyard? I don't. I think this card is not very good. I should have not played it. Hello, what deck in what format would you suggest for Fast League with positive win rate? I don't know. You have to play well though. It's probably key. They're stabilizing, bros. Do you need QPs for tomorrow? Is that what's happening? Jatura's proving ground, Oh my. Play might be too weak. It's pretty impressive loss if I lose this. But this creature being non-card advantageous at all, it's pretty poor. I draw lots of my poor removal and mana screwed a bit. I will lose to another Invoke Despair. Sorin. Vampire. Punk Basta. And I need to gain 5. I'll gain 5. They kill it, we draw a land, you can reanimate it again. I think the 5 life might be it's kinda needed. Of course they can exile it with soul transfer. Grasp. I'm fine with that. Point is grasping at straws. Let's draw a land and let that land not be Jatora's proving ground. Or let's draw Soul of Wind Grace, at least, otherwise. Free death touch, yep. Bros, don't just swear in the chat for no reason. I think we died. There's an underdog in their graveyard, so I am dead. What? Impressive. It's got Soul of Windgrace, so it seems poor. This seems okay against mono black. Bankbuster seems desirable. Cut down no. Voltage surge yes. Probably duress. Probably duress. This seems poor. Probably not too many duresses. Rebirth Medium versus Trespasser. If you think their deck has Trespasser in it, this kind of medium against that. Keep one. Seems like a keep, but not an exciting one. Going to lead on Sulfurous Springs and kill the 1-drop if they play the 1-drop. I think should kill the 1-drop. Yeah, I can't quite meet hook it away. Here I have black how to oof. Once upon let's actually keep this. Well, what do we? Let's see what happens when I keep this. Drop keep I once upon to avoid fluster. See, simple. Grab Bazaar. And works. Sure. 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 I play Reconner Bankbuster now. I play the underdog. Skilled underdog because otherwise it will deal damage to me. Not sure if I use it. How does my Bazaar deck beat Blood Moon? With Force of Vigor. Use Sacrifice. Okay, Blood Moon is not very popular in Vintage, but sometimes there are decks that play it and it's actually kinda tough to deal with then. Might get to play the Cruelty of Gix on the next turn and get the full value off of it. Exile up to 2 target cards from graveyards? I have to tell you, bros, I was convinced that it can only exile cards from a single graveyard. There had to be a similar card with this kind of wording on it in the past. That confused me. But I actually never realized that Trespasser can exile, well, that Graveyard Glutton can exile cards from both sides. Yeah, that's hers, I guess. So Cancer wins. We're playing as Tinker. And we can maybe bring in the traps on the draw. But honestly, I didn't even like them, so I'll just want sideboard. Okay, so we search for my best 5-drop. Which they had Soul Transfer, right? Maybe it's Bankbuster. You have Mox, Hexdrinker, Cradle, Rootwalla, Vigor, Force of Vigor. Keep this. My point is escaping the dog in the meanwhile. You're gonna get a Trespasser and exile the Dog. Stare. Don't want the... I don't want those. This is fine. Actually want to make a land drop with the Titan. No energy. Let's probably make them mid hook. Play Titan. Kill mid hook in 5. Actually, let's not play a Titan. Meanwhile, in Vintage, my opponent kept 7. Let's go Saga Needle on Bazaar. Junji Ito. Your opponent discards 2 cards and loses 2 life, or you put a target non-drag on. Solid. Go to 2 life. It's kind of weird that a dragon has a normal name. I'm not sure how normal is the name of Junji Ito. But if it's like a normal name like Michael, Junji, then it's kind of weird to have a dragon named Michael. Misstepping. Wait, they just to put the trespasser? Interesting. Glutton. Yeah. Fair. Ancestral is pretty tough.
He's a phenomenal control player.
J1 MTG, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming subscription. We won a game. I do have Trespasser, I don't want this, and I guess I want a Meathook Massacre a bit more, but not really, because I just played much more of the board. I'll have Duress over the Meathook Massacre entirely. It seems not so good on my end. Maybe I even have a Harris. Right, I guess I need a card still, so we're gonna have one Massacre. Guess you can massacre the Trespassers. Bro, has anyone in chat played paper games with Meathook Massacre? Anyone got the opportunity to do so? Paper, what's that? You know, like paper magic. Because that card sounds like you missed like half the triggers. I get to level fully. Oh, sort of plowshares. Yeah, sure, bro. Smart ass. Skill land. Someone played against you in Commander, damn. It's the same as Blood Artist, very annoying but manageable. It's not really the same as Blood Artist because it's also like two different triggers, right? And I find myself, even online, I don't know what's gonna happen when I kill a creature. Which it is manageable. I could actually focus and think, okay, it's their creature. They have the Meathook Massacre, so they gain 1 if I kill that. Then read the Massacre and realize that it actually does the opposite of what I just said. Basic Swamp, interesting opening. Oh, we drew the Rhino Warrior, man. Licensed. When just flaunting their ancestral recall at me with 5 cards in hand. They probably wouldn't want to trade, right? Although maybe they would, and then well, it's not like my Reveator's Charm is dead, so just maybe out of respect for the hair's timing, but it's not like the hair's It's not like this guy would have been not exiled. I think I'd rather trade the Revetrie's Charm than the Harvester. Attacking seems powerful. You know, just like people play 1 mana and a card for Lava Spike sometimes, and I just get it every turn for free. While the Bankbuster Harvester stays in play, right? So it seems like an okay option. Any moves, TMX? I think gaining the card advantage seems the best here. And I would probably prefer to dash my War Chief Red and play it out. They have Soul Transfer. Sure, draw 1. Seems like my opponent's in a pretty shitty spot. They only have 4 cards in hand. The reason for which is that they mulligan to 6. Not even that deep, so I don't know where the older cards went, but fine. Five mana. Is that gonna be the Meat Hook Massacre? Sure. I think I have enough cards that I don't want to Rivetier's Charm just yet. So I could dash, blitz, deal 5. Then they go deal 4 actually, gain a 4/4. But this seems better maybe. You know, I can draw duress too. Let's do it immediately. They Meat Hook again, fine. Moloch seems pretty weak to Bankbuster. Monster Mentor, I'm not beating that card without Hexdrinker. Would Bankbuster be okay in the main deck? Yes. I think the reanimation cards are pretty weak. Should just be playing the Bankbusters in the main deck. Play like accept being mid-range deck. The reanimation like doesn't really seem to happen too often. Yeah, I guess now we're gonna do this. There was in fact like a mid-range version of this deck. Gul Dukat got I think second or third in a modern challenge, in a standard challenge, and I think his version, after playing a little bit, it seems like a bit of a better version. Bankbusters, he had the Vigilance for free creatures, which also seem quite good to be able to attack into Wandering Emperor with less cringe. Seems quite okay. Do you prefer Blitz for the cycle? Yes, we have... yes, I do. They have soul transfer. In their deck. Would be better against Meathook Massacre though, so... who actually knows? I also have to say that it's kinda hard to just play games of Standard with how just everyone has those 3 or 4 objects laying around. Kinda hard to keep track of everything at all times. The showcase is 8 rounds, so we're gonna be 4-3 if we win this one, which I think I will. Evoke Despair, sure. Once again. Wait, Planeswalker 2? Okay, maybe I will not win. Let's draw 3. No, not target opponent play sacrifices. Could also reanimate Ren. And keep this. It's more efficient to do this. Titan of Industry Tower is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Can't cast 2. As a rabbit. Cringe line versus hairs. Somewhat, yeah. Charm's so good. It's pretty good, yeah. It's also been a little bit awkward at times. But it's mostly good. Any moves from the M4X? Seems like no. No moves. Remove all my Bunkbuster, okay. You're gonna sweep this somehow? Shoulder it. Bros. They shouldering me. See what I draw, I can take damage. That's fine. It's like whatever. Well, I'm not parading vintage, my opponent's just not doing anything here. Okay, they did something. Finally. I have drawn Bazaar. How Bazaar? How Bazaar? Now we have not to die the mentor. If my opponent has 2 lands and draws a land, we can do this. Very sketchy. We've owned Zulul for free in standard. In the meanwhile, my opponent, it's safe to say that we can move to game 2. Game 3 rather. On the play against PO, much better. Don't like mind break here anyways, on the play. Why do I play the mind break then, bros? I always wonder. If I play against PO and I don't want mind break, then maybe mind break is just not so good. Maybe play 2 archive trap over it because it's better against Doomsday. Kinda. Well, whenever I play against Doomsday and I have archive trap, they sometimes tend to assemble Oracle consultation against you too, and that's very not kind of them because you can't stop that with archive trap. It's not like you can stop it with mindbreak trap either because they just cast 2 spells most often. Endurance actually can work against consultation sometimes if they have 3 cards in their graveyard, at least. Then if you endurance 3 cards back into their deck before the trigger resolves, you should actually be fine. Keep this. Charlie is very nice. 2 powders out and get trap in. I would not board out powders. I would board out once upon. But not powders. But I was just speaking about how I don't really like the trap. But like, why would you board out powder is I kind of fail to understand that. Because it seems kind of key to me. To have a good hand still. White mana. Mana Vault, sure. Duro. Discard. Discard. Play the oof. Yes, I have Bazaar hands for oof hands and 1 chalice hand, but I'm not going to keep just any hand with oof. Still, like, I think a Bazaar hand is much better than a different hand, right? Like, just chalice is not gonna kill my opponent. So I would just, if I wanted to put the trap in, I would do that instead of I would just not remove powders. I would just remove once upons, right? Because once upon is like powder, but worse version of powder in my view. I don't think I have a great reason to strip mine. I will play strip mine, but keep it better against Tabernacle. Why is Tabernacle doing expensive? It's simply countered by the Cradle. Exactly. A reason to strip mine will be Tinker, though. For Sphinx. So I will actually strip mine. Yeah, that's a good reason to strip mine. Yeah. Yes, Tabernacle is fine because I have Cradle. What's the reason not to strip mine? Exactly. Not much. Pow pow my oof. Alright, win if you can, if you want. Gonna lose to Sphinx here, well, now I lose to just normal stuff. Source to Plush is probably better hate card versus my deck than Leyline of the Void. Not even probably, but just is. Just pretty funny. So my point Sphinx is I attack with all, they block Hogak. They go to 13, they take raz, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, go to 2. Still have the Chalice in place, so they can't really PO me. Yeah, there's no reason not to strip, as I have the Chaos Cradle, that's true. So we're actually kind of fine against the Sphinx, because we raise the Sphinx if nothing else, literally nothing else happens. And there is also Bosegus in my deck to draw. Times 3. Kills the Sphinx. Whenever opponent shuffles, always cut. Don't want them to put on their deck. What are you talking about? The Fairy. Bounce Chalice. Spooky. Ay, ay, ay. Well, they're not really dead on board with Sphinx. They did think a bunch, so it seems like it's not super simple. They can Tinker now, but not PO. Untap Mox. Well, Vault, they don't have the mana to activate, so they don't get Vault. I think they get the Sphinx, yeah. Just... We can't root wall out the Fairy in play. Could they get Vault of DT? Vault of DT. That's a... well, the sacrifice mana crypt. Vault of DT, which they DT'd. They had free mana for Tinker, so they should have been able to, yeah. No, Boseju. The Fairy hating my Root Wallace, which is actually relevant. So they take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Can I block the hollow one? Then I go to 13, take 8. Maybe Charles on 1. Maybe no Charles at all. They block hollow 1, they go to 13. They take 13, so they have to block Hogak. So they have to block Hogak. If I attack with a root wall on Teferi, that does not seem to matter. Then they attack me. It's okay, so I attack them with the Hogak, with everything. They go to 13, ideal. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They go to 2. And then they attack me again. They go to 8, so they're actually gaining life. So I think I keep the chalice. I know I have to attack with everything. I'm just thinking through the exact turn because I might want to play out the chalice or I might want to keep the chalice. But I think I keep the chalice because I need to draw the Bazaar, so I want to get the activation of Bazaar. Because otherwise they just win, like I never gained anywhere. Well, I do lose to PO otherwise, but if I play the chalice, I just lose the Sphinx. They gain 12 of the Sphinx per turn. I deal 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I deal 11 per turn, so they gain 1 life per turn. And I lose to PO anyway, so they draw so many cards. The fairy countering those root walls is actually huge here. It's insane. Maybe shouldn't Bazaar pre-combat. Well, I could have gotten the boss edges. I think it's worth to use it. Did you count the mana vault? Well, the mana vault makes them go even on life points. They can also untap it though, just if they don't, like, I'm hoping that they don't really have anything meaningful, so they untap the mana vault. I wish you could activate those with green mana, that would be so nice. Unfortunately, as is, you can't. Or, yeah, I can untap with key too. For mana, well, we lost bros. GG. Blue decks are unfair. Still haven't ever lined up Boseju against Sphinx yet. But I will one day, I will. Keep Fable in hand. Seems like a grindy matchup. Round on round action. A very nice quality of Blood Type Harvester is that it can be, it's a removal spell that you can suspend proactively onto the battlefield and it's 0 mana to kill something. Helps catch up if your opponent makes powerful turns where you otherwise would just be passing with your removal spell. Very cool thing about the card. Well, maybe not cool, but pretty strong. Strong rather than cool. Also, it's pretty bonkers with Fable. Yes. Definitely. Then I want to discard one of the River Tears charms. Dig for something more proactive, maybe. Maybe that Unleashed Inferno is not so good. But if my opponent plays a Fable, it's suddenly good. I think I'll just discard one card. It's fine. This can die to this guy on board, but ramps me, so. Here we powder. Powder away 2 boss edges, die to Sphinx. Nice hand we keep. Here comes the Bank Pasta. If I play something, you can kill it. Unleash the Inferno on it. You know. Here we once upon try to look for a Root Walla. Hollow one will do too. Discard Vengevine, this. Pow. Pow. Just don't play Manic Tabernacle for some reason, opponent, and it's gonna be fine. Okay, so it's not a combo deck, or rather not a deck with a combo hand. If it was a combo deck, my opponent would at least untap, so we could perform the fair sideboarding, but I'm not entirely sure what they're playing. Maybe just, yeah, the Shamans. I'm on the draw, so Chalice is gonna be weaker. Maybe it's some kind of shops. No idea. Well, I could have a faint idea maybe, but very faint. Draw 3. Bosseggio, cut down. Can rebirth this, okay. I now understood that it's worded this way so that I should be able to attack. I don't know what can happen. I have a removal. Sad. Have I ever tried Soylent? I used to be sponsored by Huel for a short moment. Sure. But I wouldn't drink that myself. I'll just play it. I wanted to land my graveyard for when I inevitably reanimate Soul of Windgrace with the Zetora's Proving Ground in my graveyard. Make a cafe mocha flavor. I have not experienced it. Wing Titan. Can reanimate the Titan now. Instead of Soul of Windgrace. This hand has Bazaar and it's generally functional. In fact, quite good. Can also play turn 1 move. I take that back. I can reanimate the Titan. We put a shield counter. Okay, then we can sacrifice it with the Riveteer's Charm. And reanimate the Titan. Almost want to reanimate Soul of Windgrace, but why not? I think I'll make a Titan and gonna have some kind of a Fate card. Oh, you're gonna Rakdos Charm my graveyard. That's okay. Not super, but that's okay. Here my opponent Mulligan to 3 cards and leads on a wooded foothills, which Don't like your chances, bro. Are you gonna play Death Shaman afterwards and kinda gonna look pathetic? No, I got kinda owned here, I guess, by the charm, but well, only a bit. So they have one card in hand, one Death Shaman. I think it's unfair that in Vintage PO gets to play 5 Moxen while nice last card to have. While my deck like mine only gets to play 1 Mox Emerald. I think it would be fair if I got access to more Mox Emeralds than my opponents gets. Like 5 Mox Emeralds, 5 Mox total, right? I'm getting kind of pounded now. Well, I'm still playing standard last round of it. Even. Oh, ran my thing. That's not nice. It's very not nice. Alright, Batutinka, you win. I flood. I think my win rate against Batutinka is pretty low. Has to be around almost 0. I won Duress in this matchup. It seems rather medium. Soul of Windgrace sucks, bros. I don't want this in my deck. It just plays and it's bad. I'm just gonna play the value cards. No small removal, no need for it. Be able to top deck. I like Duress against John, takes John Charm and Infernos. Can definitely help to create a good situation for me, so maybe I should have that. Don't quite want to mulligan, but this hand I'll mulligan. Keep. Put Bagran. Drink Bank Busters, interesting. Yes, it's true. That's a great card if it works, but not if it doesn't. License Heiress is like very weak to Unleash Inferno. So maybe it's gonna end up being embarrassing. Probably a bad card to have. Probably a bad card to have in the sideboard to begin with. Celestus. I want to hit land drop, so no lands, bros. Land, at least. I didn't extend my charm, which was a mistake. Opponent uses the shaman to do what exactly? Summon what? Oko? Huh. Do your worst, buddy. Duck. It's actually worse for me than Oko. Actually losing to a multi-free Deathright Shaman deck, which is kinda... I guess they... You know, they played Ancestral, so it's not really quite a multi-free the same way. How valuable is it to hit a land drop? It's not very valuable. Let me like my hand. I got owned. Not quite owned, but it's a possibility. I wanted to play it in the upkeep, but there is also day night to consider with Celestus, so I didn't want that to happen if it's unnecessary. Okay, shit, bros. I'm actually losing. Duress. Makes sense. Cruelty of gigs, discard that. When you play unlicensed hairs, do you think you could crack theirs? I don't know. I think I prefer to perform the more mana efficient move. Maybe I can hit land 5 then play Fable with this activation too. Probably gonna get unleashed. Just wait until I throw my own unleash. Tarmogoyf 6-7. Not very friendly. Are you happy with your choice of playing a non-blue deck in standard? Yes. I don't feel partly compelled to play blue deck. Do you? Rather, I'm not unhappy with not playing blue. Like, the junk cards seem okay. I don't think my junk cards are perfectly set up. And blue seems pretty crap, to BH. Such a pain to let this. Unleash again on me, bro. I don't like the sand, unfortunately. Either I like this. Keep this. Put this and put this back. Now the rolls have reverse and they have a hand of fair cards that seems to function, while mine not necessarily. Yeah. Badlands, Boltlands. They have powerful 2-drops. I think we are kinda dead. They play the random thing, I'll die, but I think I have to make a move. They ponder. I draw. Hogak. Okay, lose to Ren. Pretty poor over here. Opponent's not doing anything whatsoever. I think it's time for me to attack. I think I cut hairs for next game. Oh, well, cat hairs have duress. Seems better. If it's night, it becomes day. So it seems like his hand is just shit. He's trying to loot in a spot like this. This card land, okay. So this was legendary. It's kinda awkward for your mana rock to be legendary. Let's get meat hooked. I'll play this to crack the clue. Titan. Solid. I think this card is pretty good, in fact. Just had I played the 4 copies, I would have actually been happy with that. The Vigilance, I missed the Vigilance versus Esper and white decks in general. Good draw. And it's super easy to have a token. Vigilance, blocks too, yeah. What are you doing? Rough. No token. Oh, kinda owns, but now I can Ren. Next and plus Ren, maybe find a Titan. Mill it over, reanimate it. I kind of wanted to have Ren, Diagraph Rebirth, and Titan, as that's kind of a synergy. You can plus Ren and mill it over, and it's pretty based. Not good. Cruelty of Geeks. Not the end of the world either, it's fine. Titan is smaller than my 3 folk. Well, it's fine, Copium. It's fine, Copium. Shield kinda on Titan is kinda risky, TBH. Satura's Proving Ground, love that draw. Love that draw. JK, I actually don't love it. Can reanimate Workshop War Chief. Is that good enough? Does that do anything? Not really. Can cycle land and black sag into something. Charm. A 5-drop card. If I reanimate this, it actually makes my Ren survive, so it's pretty okay. I should be happy with that. If I make a second 3 folk, that's pretty big value. 3 folk is not trivial to kill. 2 9/9s would block with a humongous powerfulness. 3 mana. Celeste's day becomes night. Day and night. Well, I cast removal. The 3 folk trample over, kill Ren. Must be nice. Must be nice. Tickling. Solid. Attack phase. Do I? Just gonna take too much damage. If I get attacked back. Hello, Mr. Streamer. Hello, the_mock. The mock. It appears that my opponent is deploying a 7-drop card, which is going to demolish me. Being unlicensed heirs. Big mistake. Probably lost because of it narrowly. Well, narrowly maybe. I don't know if that looks narrow. But I think you can keep those because the payoff is huge. Drawing cards is powerful, but you shouldn't harass. It's not a good way to interact. And just sits there and it gets killed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dead. Well, 5, 6 dead. Yes, with Duress you can also keep them more easily. Don't play this card. Not sure about this card. Play this. Don't play this at all. Play this. Not sure if Meathook Massacre is good at all in a Fable deck because you just don't play this card, it's too bad. You can play Titan of Industry and Cruelty of Gigs. Cruelty of Gigs seemed okay. It's not super good or anything. Ren was okay, I liked Ren. Also, it helps you hit the land drops for Titan, but also would want to play Briar Bridge Tracker. These cards, I don't really care for it. Yeah, the Meathook seems like a cyborg card in this deck versus aggro. Three years together. Very nice. Thank you very much for your resub. Very based. Even in tough times when going 4-4 in a standard tournament. Still supporting me. Very, very nice. I don't know if I will play standard ever again in this rotation, so it was a fun adventure. My deck couldn't been better. Also not sure if like the Jund is like the best deck to play, but it does have powerful cards. Unleashed Inferno tended to be really nice when it was nice. Titan kinda underwhelming, but kinda okay. Just we missed ways to deal with Wandering Emperor, I think, the most. That's the biggest issue. Yeah, cut down is bad. Although cut down has one purpose, it's a 2-mana answer to Rafine. But even then, it's pretty bad. I'm not sure what I would do with the cut downs. Maybe just like Voltaic Surge is actually playable, but cut down not. It's not like it's a great card versus Esper, but Rafine is a bitch, bros, to deal with otherwise. Let's download a Legacy Challenge Delver deck. I think Ozymandias 17 is relatively trustworthy because I recognize the name and I played against Ozymandias 17 in the mocks. For example, wow, 82 GB wolnych. Need to delete some of the old videos. I only have 2 Delver of Secrets for some reason. There's also counterbalance in this deck sideboard, which is ridiculous to me, but Steam Vents, budget choice. Na 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 na. Do you want to play Magic the Gathering Bros? Brazen Borrower. Maddening Hex is an interesting card. Hey, what's the song? Ghost Square Hammer. I think it's a cover of something. So I feel like I've heard this song in a different version. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're a hammer. Okay, so experimentally we're going to play Deliver tomorrow in the Legacy Challenge. That's gonna be it for today. 1 free in the Vintage Challenge. Probably my deck is worse if like it's more understood. Legacy is tomorrow. It's 17. Which is probably like it's allegedly not 17. Why the fuck is it 97 tickets? Meltdown 35 tickets. Why is this 35 tickets? Why can't they print more of them? It's, well, 5 p.m. just like Modern Challenge normally on Saturday. Ooh. Probably will play Modern before, yeah. That trade can drop before starts. I'll have to decide on a deck. There's also a Jace Brainstorm. So many options. Ooh, black and white Delver. But I don't like the artwork at all. Just found 3 meltdowns in your collection, Pog. I'm not sure if it's worth as much in paper. I don't like the artwork, but you do what you got to do. Modo collection. Wow, in that case, I applaud you. Kaneki shopping, yes. I would like one of these, one of this, one of that. But 111 tickets, I didn't even buy anything. Impressive. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, in that case, we are unfortunately too late, but there's also many pyroblasts, right? I could probably play different pyroblasts. How can I make my deck less ugly? I already had Pepega credit. Wait, it doesn't work? Why? Yeah, it's the same emotes. Just Pepe with a card. We have to go back to the bot and get some pyroblasts, it seems like. Free to play, by the way. Funny emote. Hello, Mr. Goatbots Zero. I have returned to acquire some pyroblasts. Pyroblast. I pyroblast. That one and old bordered one. 13 tickets, bros. Yeah, Pierre. Why is this card 12 tickets? Is it normal? I guess it's also probably an effect of buying them a day before the Legacy Showcase Challenge. Should you sell mine all today? You're probably gonna lose out on money by buying and selling. Why isn't this deck playing Ragavan though? Seems like too few creatures. Also, how did this deck even win against anyone with no expensive iteration when you had no card advantage in a Force of Will deck? Now you just have a draw 2, and you always draw 2 perfect cards. Insane. 2 Mishra's Bubble. Oh! Almost forgot. Alright, anything else? Well, all the previous iterations had cards that are banned now, true. Can you show us the secret deck? Yes. But you have to promise that you won't tell anyone. Maybe I should mismatch my Force of Will. Because I could play this. Instead. I'm very used to playing with the Yu-Gi-Oh ones. What do you think, Chad? Yu-Gi-Oh ones or the split? The mismatch. Yu-Gi-Oh. Alright, I guess it's gonna save me the trouble of going and buying, so it's also okay. Find the old one to be really ugly. I like this one. This one is the same artwork as the old one, but just a bit different. The Dominaria Remastered art is based though. I don't really know what's Dominaria Remastered, but I've seen that artwork. This one, right? But what is Dominaria Remastered? There's 2 artworks. 3 artworks. Bro. And finally, an old bordered Force of Will. Weren't you ever thought that it's rude to interrupt? Exactly. Anyways, I'll probably drop the vintage challenge, so I'll finish the stream right now, even though the round starts in 2 minutes. Thank you for watching, and see you tomorrow. OG old ones? No, we don't roll like that here. Let's join the Legacy Showcase Challenge in 18 hours with Izzet Delver. And see you tomorrow, bros.